Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows doing another live stream and feeling a little better than I did this weekend, although you might still hear me struggling and coughing and all of that kind of stuff. But I'm taking some days to try to get better. I'm happy that the plugin's working well for people. Today's not necessarily going to be about plugins directly, though, although it will lead to being able to have plugins. What I'm thinking of now is a Godot program that I have written, namely this one, and updating it a little bit because the meeting that I was just in that kept me the bi-weekly Godot audio meetings always run late, and sometimes they're very boring and challenging and stuff. And it's fascinating in that way that is not always fun. But today was quite interesting. Today had all of the people involved in the game engine programming and all that kind of stuff. Let me move these windows around a little bit. And one of them, Julian, had been fooling around. I don't remember exactly how it started. All I know is they got talking about reverb, and stuff just kind of got unhinged. Not unhinged in a bad way, but unhinged in just that kind of way where I could go, oh, this would be cool. Why didn't I do this? We'll see whether it works. And ended up with homework, which I assigned to myself, of course. But the bottom line there is we were talking about how to implement reverbs, and I'm referring to it in a couple of different ways. One of them was I was talking as somebody who's been designing reverbs for years and is working really hard and making them better and better. So there's that. At the same time, I am also somebody who has been unwinding by watching 5-year-old Loading Ready Run streams. I've been watching James from Loading Ready Run learning to play Escape from Tarkov with his friend, whose name I remember, but it's just escaped me for the moment. It's a name that reminds me of something else. I want to say retro, but that ain't it. His friend from Australia, who can't actually play because they wouldn't be on similar servers, but is on the Discord and talking him through the game. And one of the things that they talk about is how... Here, let me... we're not finished talking. One of the things that they talk about is the degree to which Escape from Tarkov is audio-driven. And not that I'm hearing it over headphones. You can get very deep with this kind of thing if you have, like, ORTF, head modeling, and whatever. But as a game, Tarkov has very strong audio systems. Meaning, any noise that you make and every little thing that you do makes a noise. Like reloading your weapon makes a noise. Brushing past a bush makes a noise. It's a characteristic noise. I'm trying to think of the other examples of things where you wouldn't necessarily assume that they would make a noise, but they do. Opening your backpack, that makes a noise. All manner of stuff like that. And all these noises are put into the game engine for other people to hear. So your competitive playing of this game involves hearing the audio world around you. And one of the neat things about it is that you can be wandering around a field and you don't want to ever see anybody, because if you see anybody, you're basically dead. And there's bots there, and you probably don't want to see the bots, but if you look like one of them, you don't necessarily automatically die just from having seen it. But players can also look like bots. They're called scavs. And I don't play this game, by the way, but I'm enjoying the Let's Play of it. And so you can be walking around this field and hear stuff like weirdly reverberated gunshots and go, oh, that means somebody is in underground, because those shots sound like they happened inside underground. And they're presumably also quite positional, because they would have to be. And all of these things could be doable in the Godot engine. The thing is, they're not really set up in such a way that we can run with those. But on the one hand, there are multiple people who drop by the audio meetings being like, hi, I'm a company, or I work for a company that makes this library, and you should consider incorporating the library. No, it's not open source, but licensing is very reasonable, and that's kind of a non-starter for Godot. That's not going to work at all. Godot's like MIT and stuff. And then the people who are not selling some other company's library typically have very little idea what they're doing, or get hung up in like implementation details. In the talk that we were all doing, the subject of what makes a reverb in a game be good came up. And I spoke up a fair bit, which is not to say that I have the biggest authority of how to speak up in these things, but like one of the guys was implementing the basic Totoro reverb, and he was like, okay, this is what I've got, and here's how it doesn't work with spatial audio. It takes a mono input and it gives two stereo outputs which don't seem to be spatialized in any way, which is correct. And somebody else said, oh, I think that the one we have in there is reverb, and that also is plausible. And that also is not optimal. And I'm explaining like, okay, I'm trying to do these various things with my reverbs, and here's what's working with it, and these are the parts that you're probably not going to use. But what could we have that would work as a, developer usable reverb system that would do useful things and fit into the spatial audio thing? Because the whole concept of the reverb that Julian was making, he was doing another thing, which was he was building this reverb, but he was like, I don't know what you guys are going to think about this, but this guy had me using an AI to do this thing, and it went surprisingly well. I'm like, yeah, I know, my entire market sector is doing that now. But he was like, oh, this is interesting. But he didn't know what to do other than, it's possible that the AI to some extent was suggesting what he should do in terms of, oh, let's implement a Totoro implementation, as if we were just making something for a random DAW. And it had nothing to do with what he was trying to accomplish, but the AI would never know that, so it completely led him astray. And he produced a reverb that wasn't a special reverb, and also didn't work within Godot very well. So me dropping by, I'm like, well, first of all, I'm coding things by hand. But also, and so my licensing is always good. I do MIT licensed stuff, meaning that Godot can use anything of mine, and they will not run into problems out of that. But secondarily, I'm writing stuff based on my understanding of the problem set. And what they're trying to do is the very big question of how do we make a reverb in a 3D game that seems like it is a good reverb with all of the things that you have, but is also spatializable. So if you've got like the spatial positioning in a 3D space, So you whirl around and a object that is at a position making a noise tracks the left to right thing. And also, if you wanted to go extra hardcore, you could set it up for headphones, and then you could make it do a binaural hearing thing. And that could be overlaid on the engine, but it's based on the concept of sounds in 3D space positioned and localized. The sounds in 3D space are at a location in the game engine, and that comes along with the positioning in the game engine. So it becomes just, this is attached to this object, or this is attached to this location, and the sound comes from here. If you turn around, the sound pans according to how you move. The Totoro implementation basically gave Julian here, feed this to your bus and you're good, except for no, because we don't want to feed it to the bus because that doesn't solve the problem. Instead, you've got just a general 3D spatialization thing, which is no longer tracking positions of anything. And so in thinking about this problem, I went, well, I'm doing these different reverb algorithms. I can switch back over to here again. And I've made this little program for dealing with this stuff. It's making reverb matrices. You can kind of see on the screen that it's spitting out like a 6x6 matrix. And that's my audio, that's my stuff for things like K-Rockstar. I've got a whole series of those waiting to come. And then you can also do a 4x4 matrix, or indeed a 5x5 or 3x3 or whatever. Some of those are still sitting there. See, they still work if you want them. And the point of this exercise is generating combinations of delay times that could be weighted in various ways, assigned scores, and then you generate an increasing number of high scores, which you then build into a plugin and have the reverb. And the point of this stuff is to be able to run it. See, here we have it building the project and going. It's a debug build. There have been times when I have run like 12 instances of this overnight, day after day after day, grinding through possibilities and doing this thing, where it's calculating out the decays of every combination of these delay times. It's measuring them in various ways, and it is looking for optimal combinations of delay times, and that's how I've gotten all these recent reverbs, and that's how it's been getting better slowly over the years. So what I'm looking at now, and this is the program basically doing its thing. I've got a 9,000 seat arena there, so I'm not sure how much of that it's even showing. It seems like it's a very small, it's not showing all of itself, but that's fine. And if it ain't fine, I'll do something else about it. This is still generating a stereo reverb and evaluating it multiple ways. And what I'm now wondering, and I can hit stop and it'll quit. And then if I go to a text editor like BB Edit here, which is opening with a giant window that is not useful to me, it will have copied that over to the clipboard. And that is producing a reverb algorithm, D4A through P, that is for 16 delay times to use as a householder matrix. Now, the way I use them is crossways. I have left going in one side and right going in another side. And that makes the internal behavior of it slightly different for each side, meaning that I get better stereo out of it. And I have these crossfade techniques for how I can have localized things on left or right spread usefully. So if you have something in mix, and that something in mix is panned hard left, but it still needs to be in the reverb, I've got it set up so that you get an initial burst of reverb returns on the left, and then it fills out to drift over to the right and sort of fades out there. All depends on the internal values in here. But what I'm going to be looking for in working on this program some more, it will end up producing similar results, but I need to reevaluate how it generates this stuff, because we're making dual mono reverbs now, and I'll tell you why. For the purposes, and maybe one thing I should do is move the scan function for the 4x4 out of the way. Maybe even all of, when I say move the scan function out of the way, what I mean is like this. I can do this, at least if I try to do it in a coherent way and succeed in doing that, then I can do this and even move the stop out of the way. Likewise, for the 6x6, I've generated so many of these, I feel I don't need to do any more anytime soon. So we're going to repurpose this for the specific purpose of doing this new thing. Hit save. And what's going to happen next, and you see that we're not seeing all of the controls when we actually build and run it, which is unfortunate, but here we are. I'll figure when I build it and run it in the computer, it runs better than when I run it in Godot, and that seems weird, but here we are. Like, see, I can do it again, and this time I won't be able to, oh, and now it's actually showing me all of my controls. But it's not showing me those buttons because I moved them out of the way. They're down here now. So technically, I should, what's this? Build project. No, thank you. How about stop the running project? What I should do is make a separate button, possibly a separate stop, but I probably don't need a separate stop. And we're going to go in, duplicate what's in the 4x4 generation of this program, and then optimize it so that it does the job of making a dual mono and evaluating only the dual mono factor of this, rather than trying to do a stereo version of it. Why dual mono? Because the Godot game engine would be better if it had localized point source reverb generation. That's cheap, 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 which is why I'm using the 4x4 for this. If I can get this to be good, and there's a couple of things that I can do which should help. In particular, I feel like I can implement all-pass filters as part of this, just as part of the 4x4 matrix. I can make the first batch of delays in there be all-passes, and the following ones can be the comb filters I normally use. And if I do that, or come up with the way of assigning the, so the positioning of these all matters. The positioning of where I put the 4x4 matrix and where I put the longest versus shortest delays matters. Let's assume we're going to use halt 4. I'll put that right up here. And then we need to make another button, and we can do that, I think, by... No, that's not the way. Here's search for. So let's duplicate that. And here's the new one. There's the old one. We'll shrink that down a little bit, move it over here, and then try to position these in a way that's actually useful. Pretty close. This can probably just end up being for my personal use. I'm going to be wanting to work on these things under here, but primarily what I need to do is come up with a, let's see, it's been a while. Been a while since I did this. So if I have this selected, I can scooch over to here and I can blank out script. And then we can go new script, and it'll be a search Godot as a script. And it should be C#. It'll take us over to Writer, where I'll be doing most of the work for this. I don't need Search 6 open. So what I need to do next is firstly duplicate everything that's in here and move it over to the new button in the new script. I'm going to have to figure out whether I have it linked to something or not. And then we're going to go in here, we're going to start with whatever this is. We're going to keep all of this stuff. So we need to start by the using. We ended up with a lot of good stuff the last time we tried this. In particular, using system I/O compression is what gave me the ability to generate all of these and then evaluate how compressible the results were. And that proved useful sonically. So the reason I'm talking about doing dual mono is not so much that there will be dual reverbs, although I can produce a plugin that has this and is dual mono. And one of the things I'm probably going to do is implement this kind of like, verb thick and verb tiny, but even more basic, and not have it attempt to track sample rate at all. Instead, you will select your reverb spaces based on the sample rate that you can expect your game to be running at, because we're talking about doing this within Godot. And Godot is going to set a sample rate. Typically, people are not running their game engine at 192K. That's for music people to do. So we get to simplify this even more. But the idea that we're pursuing is just making more techniques for being able to make more householder matrices and a very simple plugin without any of the usual trimmings that can be adapted into the Godot game engine directly. Because there's people I'm talking to who would be able to do that side of it, but they're not necessarily up to speed on, well, how do you make a reverb engine? And at that point, I just have to get to work generating collections of audio that I can then measure and test and try out. Or even generating weird ones that produce an unusual sound that could be useful somewhere, like, oh, now we're inside an oil tank, or whatever, anything like that. So here's how we are starting. Partial class search for button. Partial class search Godot button. Okay, so we're going to copy everything inside here. I think this is the only thing even in here, but I could be mistaken. I'm going to select all of this. I'll even copy it, but then I'm going to go scroll up and see whether I'm missing anything. Because if this is all within just button, yeah. So I should be able to have public override pressed in the new one as well. I should be able to have public override void ready with nothing in it. And then we have this stuff, and where I need to start pasting it is this bracket on down. So let's do that. The internals should fit regardless. Well, but that would also have gotten this area up here. But correct, that is a way of doing select all of the things. Let's see, paste. Technically, we can probably use timer for this one as well as the other one, and just find out if it works. Now, if I say save this, it's in red because it hasn't been pushed to GitHub yet. But in theory, I've simply duplicated this and it would work. So we're going to find out. One thing I would like to check, however, is what's this doing with regard to stuff it's connected to. So what does that mean? So we got inspector here. Signal, history, signals, and groups. So if we scooch this over a little bit, we can see more of that. Although some of it is still hidden behind my face, it's actually over here. So I've got the 4x4 button selected. Do we have anything going on here that needs to be handled? Looks like we're not sending any signals. Looks like we don't have any groups. The stop button, on the other hand, apparently also doesn't have any signals. So I guess the first thing to try here, oh look, we've got debugger, but oh, it's complaining about stuff that probably doesn't matter. I get this in my regular coding as well. Sometimes I explicitly flag it, and sometimes not so much. A lot of that's in GDScript. It's not in the C# stuff. Let's run this and see what we've got. I will open up BBEdit in order to try to see what I've done. In theory, this will do exactly the same thing as before. Looks like we've got a result. We've told it to be a 9,000 seat arena, following the instructions shown as below. All of this has its little meaning. Trouble is, it developed into the matrix for myself, so nobody understands how this works. Even me, once I've gone away from it for long enough. But these are internal factors measuring how it goes about doing its thing. And we've already tried 5,000 different random variations on these things. So there are other possibilities, such as just iterating through numbers of possible delays. Especially if we're going for very small spaces, that's almost practical. But once you start to get larger, then the possible range of spaces is big enough that just randomly specifying them has some merit. You see it says update 3 at least 2,522 to 1. What that means is, and update 4. What that means is we are running this program and it is trying this many tries to find something that is better than the last best score it got. What's the score? That's what this stuff on the bottom is about. So these are weights at the beginning and at the end of the reverb tail. And it's grinding through all these variations, and every time it's taking an arrangement of delays. It's plotting out what that arrangement of delays works out like in practice for a single layer, not any regeneration, but just a single layer of reverb. And then these various weights for how to count a reverb as good or bad. Like, for instance, you could say that this is probably bad because it is little clusters of delay returns with big spaces between them. And yet some of the combinations of values can lead to stuff like this coming up. In fact, I have a plugin that I would like to develop, which I might get some more work done on that, called Echo Jam, which is basically just a householder reverb. I believe it's a 4x4. But all of its delay returns are in clusters, so it ends up sounding like a straight echo rather than a reverberant space. And this is equally capable of producing reverberant spaces or straight echoes or whatever based on what it considers to be a high score. And that's where this stuff comes in. And early here is penalizing stuff that doesn't have an early reflection. So what it's doing is if all the delays were like really late, then it would count that as extremely poor because there wasn't an early reflection, so the score would be really bad. And prime, this is counting how many of the output total delay times through the matrix ended up being prime numbers. Because you never hear a single delay in a householder matrix. You hear every possible combination of 4 delays in a row. So there's no point in caring whether any of the individual delays are a prime or not, because they're never taken individually. Instead, you're only interested in whether the end result going through the matrix is, for instance, a prime number, implying that any other delay is not going to overlap with it. Like you're not going to have one of the delays being 2 and the other being 4 and the other being 8, meaning they just stack on top of each other. And that's how all of this works. So then you have to hit stop, and it quits because I've designed it to do that. And then we go back over to this. And this has now generated me a 2,000 seat arena, aiming for 9,000, but that's arbitrary, so it's whatever. This is also how I got like Wooden Box and so on. And I'm going to have to look up what I meant by some of this stuff. 222, 6 seat. Oh, wait, I know what this is. So this is basically a code number that is simply generated out of a series of these delay times, so that if there were multiple outputs that were all like 160 seats, they would at least have unique names. That's what that's about. And so I can quit out of there. God, excuse me. I warned you I'm not entirely well again, but I'm going to do my best. And at this stage, we have now demonstrated that this actually works. So this is going to become its own special little thing now. So we'll scooch this down. Let me go and rinse my cup out, and I'll be right back. Hi. I'm back. Okay. So, on a day where I am not super well and to some extent I need to also recover a little bit, what I will sometimes do is not be as engaging as I might otherwise be. And so that's going to describe me today. But let's look at this and work out what it is that it needs to change in order to, and I'll tell you, it's going to make everything run like close to twice as fast, so that seems good. And the fact that it is such a small matrix also seems good. I do wonder what I can do with it to accentuate the performance of the reverb, given that we're going to be doing all dual mono. And I don't think I ever quite explained what it is that causes the dual mono part to be important. So here's where we got to in the Godot audio meeting, because as pitching this idea, it seemed to go well for people. Reverbs should be game objects with a position and sit essentially in the middle of spaces. You could have a bunch of them, or maybe just like one of them in a room. They don't do the work of early reflections. You can have much more elaborate things as far as making like echoes off of surfaces and stuff, if such things please you. But in terms of just making like reverberating, echoing space, if you were, for instance, let me see, is there a good way that I can do this? I'll hold up this page. Suppose you're in a space that is a big room. We could have it be a big room like this. And I can use this to demonstrate what I'm talking about even. So this is a big rectangular room, right? And you're running around inside it as a game player, expecting to hear reverb in the room or perhaps adjacent rooms. We could have an adjacent room that's connected to it, maybe with a portal between them somewhere. So if you're running around in this room, maybe there is like a couple of reverbs, say 2 of the reverbs, sort of evenly spaced down the middle of the room. So if you are over at one side, like facing up, then whatever there is as far as the reverb of the room will be a sound generating object, or maybe 2 of them, at these locations, and it'll be a simple householder matrix fed by anything within the range of what can make it produce sound. So you could just have it be anything within this room feeds into that reverb, and then you hear it come out. It could be a delay based on how far away the thing is from the position of that reverb object. And if you are on like here and pointing up, you're going to be hearing it from one side because you're facing that direction. If you then point into the room, you'll hear it from directly in front of you. You won't hear nice stereoization, but you need to be able to hear it in a direction where it's producing a noise that feeds into the spatial audio system. So that, for instance, if you're over here, completely outside this room is now somewhere entirely else, but somebody fires a weapon inside the room. It fires off that reverb generator, which then goes, and you're hearing it as if it is at a greater distance than you would be if you were in the room, but you can still feed it into the game audio, and depending on what direction you're facing, the left-right positioning or the binaural positioning will change based on what orientation that room is relative to where you are and where you're pointing. Like you could be hearing it to your left and go, oh, that's something's happening over there. And then you turn and go towards it. It becomes closer. You hear it more closely. You could be in this room, in which case you'd be hearing it sort of through a portal. And who knows, maybe it also feeds a little tiny reverb in this room, but this one would have different settings, be a different size, different RT60, all that stuff could be different just because it's a different acoustic environment. Oh, well, thanks, Audio Sound Doctor. But the whole thing is, we don't have to calculate this stuff out accurately. All you gotta do is wing it. All you gotta do is make a thing which is like, yeah, this is roughly like a room this size, and run with it and go. Because you could also have a bunch of them and have those all contribute to the sound picture. The important thing is, can they be cheap and easy to generate and live inside the Godot engine tied to locations or objects? Now, you probably won't have moving objects because what they represent is spaces that move and change, or spaces that typically don't move and change. But if you can get it working, then other stuff should open up and become possible. And yeah, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. So the idea being, hopefully if I can get this going, and this is the same game engine that I'm building this program in. Like the program that I'm building to generate the householder matrices is literally Godot. This is already the Godot engine. I'm just not running a game. If we want, I can fire up the game that I'm also building, which is Counterpart. And it's using the stock engine, but it is not actually using... It's using the stock engine. It's also using the stock reverb, which I found to be very inadequate, and yet I'm using it anyway because it's there. It would be great fun to get this up and working in such a way that people can build a version of the Godot engine that I could start fooling with and then start using my own stuff in the game engine. That would give rise to fun things to do. I would like that. Also, the way this works, like if you consider this to be a top-down view and these things to be objects or places or something, you could have your guy running around in here, and maybe this is a different room. So you would essentially have a object of some kind. Like, for instance, if I click on that, that is an object. It's a text label, but it could also be an audio generator, and you could drag that over and put it in the middle of this thing. And if that was a room that you could be in, then you'd have the reverb generator as an object that you just plunk into the map. You start building the map, you start placing your reverb generators in it. You could have multiple ones in a big space, or you could have just one in a small space, or one in every little subspace that you could be in. And they hear sounds generated within a radius, and the closer you are to the center of the radius, the more it will fire off that sound. So if you were like in this room making a noise, and then there's a reverb generator in this room, maybe you can hear that reverb's output off in the distance, but it's very far away from you in here, so it's not being fed information from your activity. But then if something else is in here, and this is the example from Escape from Tarkov that I was talking about, where you can be wandering around outside, and then you hear these crazy reverby shots and go, oh, somebody's in factory having a fight. It would be like that, where if this is a space and somebody is like firing a weapon in here, and then you're over here, or maybe just all the way over, like over here, you hear the loudly generated reverb sound because somebody fired a weapon in there. And they are close to the reverb generator, so they are activating it at its full volume, but you're hearing the output distantly and quietly because you are at a distance from where that sound generating object is, much like the sound generating object that fires the reverb. It would be listening, each of these individual instances would be listening to whichever things are within its radius, and you'd be setting the radius like any kind of zone kind of thing. And kind of like light probes, if I'm not mistaken, work that way. You can have them overlap, but basically they're just doing a distance check based on the range from the sensor position, which is also the sound generation position, and they don't hear themselves or each other, only all of the noises that go into making the reverbscape. Indeed. So that's why these are to be mono reverbs. It's not that there's meant to be only one of them and it goes to the bus. It's that they've got to be so lightweight that there can be lots of them. Lots of them blanketing the space, and then you have a really live reverb environment, apart from anything that you might do in terms of early reflections, that can be a completely separate problem. People seem to be excited about doing that. As always, I'm not very excited about early reflections. I'm excited about getting this stuff to happen. And I already had to explain to some of the folks on stream that no, you don't place them at the corner and along the walls and so on and so forth, because you don't hear reverb coming from those spaces. Instead, if you were sort of at the side of the room, what you hear is a sort of generalized reverb coming from about the center of the space, because it's the preponderance of the reflective surfaces. And you don't necessarily pick out individual echoes so much as you get a general sense of coming from roughly this way. Or if you were far away, you're over here, and it's over there, then you get a very clear directional sense, but it is so far away that it is very quiet and probably has a great deal of distance attenuation. And the distance attenuation can do a lot of work regarding filtering this and making it sound believable. It can be exactly the same distance attenuation for any sound source in the spatial audio rig, because they've already got that going on. Like, we can already be in a 3D or a 2D space and have audio that is positioned based on its location relative to the player and the player's orientation and positioning. That's already there. It's not great, but it's already there. So just adding other sound sources that operate like any sound source does should be a great thing for being able to do much more sophisticated stuff based on just knowing how to go about doing it. And my end of that is supplying a really great combination of householder matrices to use for all various purposes. Because that's the thing, is there need to be many instances of these, and they'll all have their own little, like ideally what I could do is produce this and also supply it with a massive stack of like 256 individual reverb spaces, all of which are just collections of householder matrices. I'll probably want to come up with original ones. It might take me a little while, but it's worth doing. But yeah, and the idea is, and I don't know whether I would be simply numbering them or we can get fancy and be like, yeah, so that one is FF. FF is the largest space, and so that is my take on like a ginormous stadium kind of thing. And so it gets a little bit more awkward when you consider the fact that if you go right up to a reverb object, in theory, that'll make it arbitrarily more loud and arbitrarily more clear, which isn't necessarily what you want. It might be basically just fine on the basis of it'll probably be just fine and won't have to worry about like, oh, I've gone right up next to the arbitrary object that happens to be producing the reverb, and that's why the space feels loudest to me right now. Or I've gone right up to it and that's why it was on my left and then very suddenly it swooped to on my right because it's occupying a physical space, and therefore, I mean, there might be a way of overriding that. It might be just, there might be a way of overriding that by it's localized, but you can force it to be more mono if you're like really right next to it, because it's not meant, but that's for another day, I think. But the idea is to be able to make lots of different spaces that are all connected and they're all in a larger environment, and then be able to make this reverb world that's easy for a Godot game developer to put into action and make work. Because right now we don't have anything like that. We have a very basic reverb thing, which is not great. It's like Freebird based and has some funny characteristics. I'm actively using it and stuff, but even then I had to struggle to get it to do what I wanted. And we got lots of people with their own proprietary libraries that are trying to get Godot to incorporate their proprietary libraries, which is all very fine and good. And they can do like make GD extensions or plugins to get that to work. But what they want is to be built into the engine so that licensing has to be paid. And that is a bit of a non-starter for an open source project. So that's why they don't get anywhere with it. Let's get back to the side of this that I needed to do. And we might actually do a couple of variations on that today. By which I mean get this program working properly, and then maybe do the testbed plugin where I implement a probably simply an audio unit that is an end-to-end processor that'll become dual mono. Naturally, it'll also become multi-channel on audio units when you do them that way. But which will put this into operation, and then I can start working out things like the particular way this works is I'm going to need to specify the householder matrix. That's presumably, I don't know if if it's wasteful for each individual object to contain the full data for every possible reverb condition that it could have, or whether that's best left as some external library. I'll ask people when I next run into the Godot circles. But it's going to need to involve that. It doesn't need to involve sample rate compensation because Godot is going to be more or less fixed that way. It's going to require RT60, meaning the amount of feedback matters. But it's going to feed back into itself. That's pretty straightforward. And it's going to involve some way of either like determining how many of the delays are actually all passes rather than comb filters. Perhaps it will be fine just using a set percentage of them, but also I feel like there could be a win in just letting you kick in different forms of processing, which will change the sound, which would make the 256 individual reverbs that you use, like if you had 4 different variations of it based on how many of those are all passes, then you'd get 1024 variations on the sound. And then also, there needs to be a internal filtering, because while it will already have filtering as part of the spatialization, like the output of this stuff goes into the game engine, and then the player hears it at a distance, attenuated by the distance, and also high frequency filtered by the distance. I'm pretty sure that already exists. If not, I can help them do it, because that's going to be part of the spatialization part of the algorithm. And I'd probably just lobby for like averaging techniques. Just don't get too fussed about making it be super accurate, but get something performant so people can have it in games and have good performance in the game. And averaging techniques work pretty well for that. But then at the same time, the internal reverb algorithm needs to have some form of possibly filtering itself, so that as the sound dies away, you can manipulate what the materials around you are like. And that's going to be pretty straightforward. I wonder to what extent it would be worth me building in something. Like, I know I can do a simple averaging filter, and that will be effective. And I can do that on multiple different things rather than just a single delay or the entire feedback section of the delay. We can absolutely do individual comb filters and have those be fully attenuated high frequency wise, and it will end up making its influence felt. What I wonder is whether it would be worth doing a similar thing, like, for instance, a slew-only calculation, where we're subtracting the previous one to some degree, perhaps in just one tap or perhaps in multiple ones, in order to make the reverb sustain brighter. Because that could have a lot of usefulness in that the material type is relevant there, but so is the materials of the, walls. If you were in a cement bunker, it's going to sustain more of the low frequencies, whereas if you were in a flimsy shack with like flimsy walls made of Luan plywood that is 1/8 inch thick, no low frequencies are going to stick around in there. You're going to get a certain amount of high frequency ambience. It's mostly not going to be able to sustain much in the way of reverb at all. And then when stuff does bounce around a little bit, all the lows will go out of it very quickly. So building in low frequency attenuation. And remember, we're not doing something like retro bass here. We're doing stuff that is very primitive and simple so that we can have dozens of these in a map. I feel like that could lead somewhere. So, where are we at looking at into the matrix right now? We have a working algorithm. It is doing everything that the previous one did. We got prime count, unprime count. We're generating a room size. It's somewhat randomized. We're doing all of these things. We're generating, 12 different variations on previous best scores. They're kept in an array. And every time we get a new success, we bump everything down one notch in the array, and we can draw from previously successful things. This is why this becomes a genetic algorithm. The degree to which it starts using this means successful elements in any one spot propagate and continue around. And this can help it get to higher scores as it goes. This is how I've been doing the reverbs this entire time. I've had this for years. Also, quick response to Yuri, who might or might not even still be here. Saying, the question is a reverb a reflection or a sound of a fluctuating object whose fluctuations were reinforced by the initial source? Oh, reverb is very much reflections from every direction. In the game, however, we can have numerous sources where the reverb behaves like it is a fluctuating object and just work around that condition. In particular, we might be able to do a game object thing where its directionality is somewhat subject to how nearby it is to the listening object. And that's probably worth doing, but I'll bear that in mind later. That's like from a great distance, it's really going to be a thing where it's like, yep, that reverb, that is off that away and very directional. If you are literally inside it, it can still be somewhat directional. Maybe what that ends up becoming is, are you inside the reverb sensor position? Because it'll have an area within which sounds inside that reverb will feed the reverb. And so if you were inside its ability to hear any sound produced, that's probably when it starts becoming less localized. And it could turn into mono, and it could turn into some form of extra thing going on that'll spatialize it a little tiny bit. But it's being fed into the system as a localized sound object that should feed the player object with just itself as if it was any sound being generated in the scene. So here's where things get a little interesting. See where it says do primary matrix calculation? That's the only thing we care about anymore. We're doing a dual mono. We are not doing a stereo where it will read the stereo as a rotated version of the original matrix. So we get to skip a bunch of this stuff. And here's how that's going to work. We don't do rotate. We'll delete the rotated array. We don't do cross matrix calculation, so we're at least twice as fast without even having to do anything. And let's see, meaning that our end result is going to be sparser. So let's ditch that and go from there. Where's rotated? Here's rotated. Oh, look, it's grayed out. I think that means nobody uses it anymore, so that's good. And now we see whether it still builds. Or indeed, we'll just run it. We'll see if it still runs. Because if it doesn't, there will be some fixes to make. And that's fine. Looks to me a little bit like maybe it automatically runs. So what we should see now, and I've got it set to 9,000. I'm going to want smaller than that. It should still be honoring these things, which I can adjust later. There's more text elsewhere as far as what that actually means. Oh, it's got warnings. I wonder what the warnings are. And we should see fewer dots on this display than we saw before. Which I believe that's accurate. That's what we're seeing. And now we're only evaluating the reverb in one direction. And it's going to generate, I'm going to have to look up what the generation is, but it's doing this evaluation based on a particular orientation of the householder matrix, and we only use that orientation from now on. And it's evaluating all the rest of this stuff. And we're seeing some of these things, like for instance, we're seeing that banding effect, which is not going to give rise to good sounding things. We should have a more, it's kind of like meter, where what this visualization functionally means is, one, the spacing of the dots has a purpose. These lines are representing, like, this is the amount that the spacing of the dots affected the score. This is the amount that the primality of the spacings between each other reflected the score. This is how much it darkened things that is not being in play now. And then the bright green versus the dark green is the number of end result delays, combinations of 4 delays, that were primes versus that were not primes. Prime Q, this is weighting how much of that primality affects things. So you could turn it to A and then it no longer cares. Or you could crank it up even higher, which I'm not sure how much good that would do because it's already very high. Early has its own properties, in which if we set it to A, effectively 0, then it will no longer care. It will no longer care whether there is an early reflection, and therefore all the echoes will probably end up being very late. And then we can fire up Baby Edit again, just to show that we're still producing a result. And there's what you get. So the idea is, I'm assuming that A, B, C, and D is the first bank of delays. And then, well, I guess I can find that out, though. Let's find out, is that actually true? And here's our initial, this is all primes. And what we're meant to do is increasingly find scores that do better than any of these. And you run it for long enough and you start generating lots of results that outperform the previous ones, and you gradually get rid of all of these. They bump downwards as they go. But this is what we draw from regarding trying to generate new ones. And then here's the guts of it. So delays A plus delays B plus delays C plus delays D. So the idea is 1 through 4, which is becoming delays A, is the first bank. And then we're running every variation on the next 4, like A equals 1. will go through b equals 5, 6, 7, 8 in turn. And each of those will have every variation of the successive ones, and so on. So the delay times all stay the same, but we get to calculate out the end result of all of those. So that does tell me that delays, the array 1 through 4 is the first bank. And to implement this as a reverb would require that I do that is the first bank. The difference is we're no longer calculating the cross calculation of them. We're only calculating it in one direction because that's all we care about anymore. I have repeated comments on what I meant to do with all of these things. Whether that helps, it helped at the time. And our arrays are not as complicated as some of the other ones might be. I do wonder to what extent I could just start not even setting a delay time and just generating wildly varying. So there's code that I have in here which can make all of this be more randomized. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we go over to script here, we see that here we have like GD scripts. Like this halt is what gets called when I have generated stuff using that program I was just working with. This is what it produces. Ooh, interesting. So I feel like that could get updated as well. And the reason is, although it's doing the rotated delay matrix, it's only doing that to produce a longest or shortest delay times that we won't necessarily use. Therefore, it's probably a good idea for me to do a dedicated halt button. And look, all of these are GD script, but it's not including any of the C#. Well, oh well. So this, by all rights, belongs to this 4x4 thing, but this new button should not actually call this because it's lying to us about something. What do you think you're doing? Rect size x equals 0 is true. It is not. Okay, now I see you. No, I don't. Okay, can we resize you or not? It's becoming twitchy. I'm not approving of your behavior, sir. I thought I could resize you by dragging these things. So what's this thing doing to mess with me today? All I wanted to do was generate a new button, and now it's messing with me. All right, well, I'll get around this one way or another. So firstly, let's scooch these around a little bit and let's duplicate this one. In theory, I can still resize it, yes? No? Why do you keep claiming the rect size is 0? I swear I'm looking at it and it is absolutely not. Well, whatever. And we rename it to halt godot and delete that script because we're going to do the same thing we did before. It should work even if it's gone crazy and doesn't understand what a size is. Because it seems to have gone crazy. It doesn't understand what a size is, but I bet it'll still work. Click here, scroll down here, and delete that script. Only to generate a new script, but it's going to be GDScript this time. Because we don't need to run this part fast. And there's no real sense in, yeah, we're inheriting button. Good, fine, here we are. Now let's go back over to here and see if we can at least, even if we can't resize this dumb thing, look, see, it's freaking out. Why is it freaking out? It's filling this area with mess. I don't enjoy that. We should be able to resize this. I'm supposed to be able to drag and scroll and resize it. Very irritating. Transform. Okay. I should be able to resize it here too. That's very slow. Tell you what. Okay, that resized. Let's resize even more. And let's rename the text in here. Let's resize it back down again, seeing as I can't seem to do that with it. What's its little problem? What if I use this? Nope, no bueno. What if I, nope. Nope. I should be able to use this. Smart snap, no. I'm looking through all these controls, trying to figure out why this can't let me click on these things and do something with them. See, now we've got thousands upon thousands of errors saying that parent rect size X is 0. I don't appreciate that. Swear to God I was able to resize this one. Okay, let's manually resize the dumb thing. 128, 96, text still fits, whatever, move on. That's irritating. And at least it'll let me move stuff. Okay, not perfect. Probably have sizes wrong. What sizes are we looking at? Transform, 31, and 32. So if we make U be 31, then we match. Good enough. Then we move you down a pixel, and you're on the same line. Hey, Hank Skelly. Yeah, how'd that thing you were doing go? I never heard back from you about that. I don't even know how to clear this dumb stuff. Oh, now I do. Well, apparently not. What do we got here for blank this stupid nonsense? Do we have a blank this stupid nonsense control in here somewhere? If not, I guess we'll just have to suffer with this area of the screen being full of nonsense. But I can at least step forward to the next thing I had to do. Namely, this has a new script in it. So we're going to grab all of this, do the same as we did before. Anybody's guess as to whether this actually matters, but we'll assume that it does. And don't think some of this matters. I don't think we have ready in here, nor do we need to call every frame. But this is generic, so we'll just use this. And here's how we worked around having C# and GDScript in the same thing. Boop. And so now if it calls pressed, it calls itself. And that's how we work around dealing with GDScript and C# in the same thing. Oh, fair enough. Like whatever you've got, whenever you're ready to move on that can make big things happen in the Godot world. It's waiting on you, it's not waiting on me. I'm still doing my stuff. I added another plugin to the Airwindows library just last week. I've been doing that every week. Anything you've got that can have that stuff automatically translated to Godot plugins, that could go into action as soon as you're ready. I'd use it, or at least when I get my hands on a Godot that can use the results, I'd use it. I don't know whether I already have that. I guess we just call it delays B, huh? And then this goes away. Because all that was for was calculating a different longest and shortest. And that's no longer relevant to what we're actually doing. And we're doing our same thing here, up to and including everything about this. That's all still good. I guess we can use timer 4. This is really a moot point when we're just quitting the program. Didn't need to do that. Set the clipboard and out. Okay, so the next thing is go back over to Rider, and we need to call this rather than halt 4. Fair enough. Thanks, Art. I'll take your word for it. All it meant was I couldn't do what I meant to do. So I did something else. So I'm scrolling up here just to see if there's any reference that I wasn't expecting. So one of the things I can do here, if I want to be efficient, is run this in such a way that it will produce a stack of outputs rather than just the best recent output. And then you hit halt to write everything to the file and go. Meanwhile, I'm just kind of scrolling down here, ignoring this stuff because it's what I was using before. We've got this. I made it work before. It's probably fine. I'm kind of trying to follow what I was up to, but honestly, what I really need to pay attention to right now is just using the right stop button. Drawing our pretty pictures. Haha. And this apparently did not work, but that's why I made this happen. Because that does. So I don't think we refer to halt for anywhere else. Could be mistaken. I feel like maybe we're not referring to halt for anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing timer for and pausing it. We're handling stuff that way, but we don't actually have to talk to halt for. It just has to be there available to run. So this could conceivably slow things down, but I wonder whether I can do the stack thing I was talking about. It would result in many more outputs much more quickly to evaluate. But that could also be good because we're talking about trying to generate a game engine reverb simulation. So not all of the spaces we make have to be good. Some of them can be terrible as long as they're evocative. So to some extent, we can just generate random numbers in there and get something interesting happening. All of this effort might not actually be that important. I'm basically trying to find where I write all of this to the output screen. So when I say output screen, because we got this done now, we're writing to this, and then we're copying from this to clipboard. So currently what we're doing is we're writing to this, outright replacing what was already there. That's going to be happening inside search, not inside halt, because halt is what spits everything to the clipboard and quits. Oh. Okay, Zard has other thoughts around here about how to make this not happen. So there's an anchor button in the top bar. Let's go find it. Here's a use local space. It's enabled. Here is when moving control nodes changes their anchors instead of their offsets. Okay, that's now off. Now what happens? Lovely. Thanks, Zard. That's actually what it wanted to do. So technically, maybe this isn't as big of a bug if the anchor thing was actually, and see, that is, it's relative to the object, isn't it? Yeah. Interesting. So we can turn it off on an object-by-object basis. That object doesn't have it enabled. But that object does. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. That one doesn't. But for some reason this does, and that's what I copied off of already. Now everything gets to be resized. Cool beans. We're going to save that and bump back into Rider again. Because like right down at the bottom of this stuff here, and we do have search for still there, but we're not doing anything with it currently. Well, now, hang on a moment. Okay, this label stuff, not really very relevant. So what I'm now wondering, let's run this again. What I'm now wondering is, we can get this rolling. Let's make it a 90-foot arena this time. It's going to look much smaller now. Runs much quicker. Notice that we have got to update 12. But when I hit Godot stop, it is not actually going to show me 12 instances. It's going to show me the most recent one. And that has me wondering, where are we writing this stuff to the text field? I could also make it so it's showing the text field more obviously. Currently, we're just grinding our way. I'm loving how fast this is. That's nice. It's doing all that stuff very effectively. Not that we're getting a new high score here. But yeah, it's basically the number here is essentially room size. And we're just cranking away. To the point where I wonder if I run this overnight, will it crash? Will we get to a number that is too high for it to handle and then it will just blow up? Back in the day, I had that happen occasionally. I stopped seeing it happen after a certain point. Never really worked out why that was happening. I do appreciate the relative clarity of what we're looking at here. There is also the possibility of simplifying it further by removing some of these calculations, because some of these calculations work better on the 6x6 than the 4x4. In particular, I am very suspicious that the brightness doesn't do anything useful anymore. And we have entirely separate algorithms, meaning we can continue stripping this down and simplifying it and making it run faster and faster. Oh, and I think it got to a... No, I guess that was where it was before. It got up to update 12 and then kind of stopped. That produced this. But we don't see 12 of these stacked up. I'm going to guess that it is in the halt operation after all. So let's assume that's true. Let's assume we can resize it. Let's assume we can't. We don't get to make this any smaller. That's unfortunate. But here we are. I do at least get to make that smaller. So this is as much view as I get on this, unfortunately. So func pressed, self pressed. Get no timer paused equals true. That is part of stacking them up. I had it remembering the last two or the last three in order to get it to run more efficiently. I can put that back into action if I want. What's puzzling me is the time. Okay, so I might be confuzzling myself even more. I feel like maybe I need to do a timer godot as well. Why? I'll tell you why. Signals. Timer for is repeatedly calling search for. It's ceasing to call the one that I initially went for. That's a problem, but it's a fixable problem. Godot timers are also incredibly cheap, so we can have as many of them as we want. Timer Godot. And disconnect all and connect. That looks to be same as I had before. And the callback code is going to be just fine. And that duplicates what I was doing. Now it will not be reverting to the previous thing. So here's halt Godot. Not worrying about some of this other stuff. I mean, we could just add 4 to all of these. Probably won't matter. And then here's code.text. So here's something we can do. We can do that. That's probably going to work. Be a little messy, but it's probably going to work. Let's go through and see about, yeah, here we go. Gotta update this everywhere it appears. And then also in the C#. Do this enough and I should have it up and running. Let's see, further references. Where are my other references? There we go. Up and here. Don't know why I have a comment for something that is clearly not in the right language or not working properly. But there we are. We're now ignoring halt and search for, but they're off screen anyhow, so it doesn't matter. That was mostly for when all of those buttons were available in the interface at once. So when you ran one, you had to bypass the other ones in order to get it functional. Otherwise, you could be running stuff simultaneously and it would be so messy. Let's give this a roll. Oh, although I do wonder, Let's go right back into Godot and see I duplicated it, but do I have the same settings? Fastest possible wait time. Fastest possible wait time. Nope. False alarm. It was fine. So if I'm not mistaken, this should be something. Let's try 900 this time. It should make room sizes that are smaller than that. The rest of this stuff should be fine where it is. And here we are spitting out a bunch of different options. We're up to update 5. And we're going from there, which means some of our previous genetic algorithm stored versions were still dummy versions, but they are improving rapidly. By the time we get to update 12, everything has been a successful previous, and here we are. So although that's like neat little clusters, it still should be a relatively acceptable version of a reverb, a 4x4 reverb. I lie, I do. It's showing 3 to 146 milliseconds, 669 seat theater. That is the current instance. And we've got 12 updates. But do we have 12 updates or do we have the most recent one? I think we may very well have 12 updates. Let's see if it's laid out usefully. So, moment of truth, we have the most recent one. Added to didn't generate all the reverbs. Okay, so it's clearly not printing this out every time. This, where it says didn't generate all the reverbs, is what was previously in that window. So what do I have to do to make it keep adding that every time it generates a new one? It only did it when I literally hit the button. That's not what we have in mind. Ideally, what I would see there is still don't generate all the reverbs because that's in the text box that I'm keeping. And this is confusing me a little bit as well. Like, this part's fine, but so here we are generating some information. And then hitting Halt Godot pressed. And timer Godot paused equals false, which means that it will immediately replay this again. Why isn't Halt Godot repeatedly filling with the information we try to generate? Well, one thing about it, I can have it stack text windows. That's what I did before when I was trying to do this. It doesn't seem to be willing. What's causing it to do this? Well, we're trying to look for finished. I'm not sure if we ever generate finished anymore. What did I have in here for these other ones? It's literally the same as this. I feel like I had a previous version that was able to stack these up more. But what I'm seeing here is that although we keep refiring this, and we're able to call this, it's like it's not actually doing it properly. And that concerns me. So what do I gotta do? Well, this is sitting there waiting to be used in this way. I was looking to be able to generate every single previous successful run. I don't know if that's practical because I don't know whether it's able to do that, seeing as it seems only able to do it once. And only when I actually hit the button. That's a concern. Here's the one we were working with. So yeah, it's like this doesn't do a damn thing. But if you manually hit it, there you're going. Something's happening. And then back over to here, this doesn't appear to be able to do it. I don't like that. In theory, that should work. Could it be that I had something in inspector or something in signals? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, here's my concern. How is this implemented everywhere else? We've got a signal that goes to this. But C# can't connect to this because what it's going to try to call is this. And so I've worked it around like that, but then maybe the signal doesn't actually go correctly because it goes to the wrong place. Grr. See, so there's the timer. I can click go to method and it doesn't do anything. Wait a minute. That's halt 4. Search for pressed. Search Godot pressed. Okay, so let's analyze these. Edit. Connect to script, receiver method, and on we go. And that is a C# script. If you go to here, that should be the migrants moderately. I did at least find something exciting to do. Don't need to have extra call arguments, so never mind that. Hey, Millie. I'm using it for this. We're writing a program for the purpose of generating reverb functions, as in a householder matrix and a set of delay times. We can tell it to pick a size of room. We'll call it a 4,000 seat arena. Click that, it will start generating stuff. And once it achieves successful ones, it draws them on the screen as a set of delays, combination delays, and all the permutations of a householder matrix drawn out visually. And we're also using algorithms to keep track of what was actually successful and what was not in terms of making a good sounding reverb algorithm. What constitutes good sounding? That's the whole purpose of this program and has been for literal years that I've been developing it. It runs nice and quick and appears to be doing a better job of calling the right program, and I'm running into a separate problem, which is a whole other thing. Namely, when it generates a new image like that, that has fed information into the output screen that you can't see because it's off screen. Oh, my YouTube is going crazy. Hopefully things don't crash for you guys. So it's been stuck on update 8 for a while. So if I hit stop, it will write what it has to a clipboard and then quit. And then if I go to a text file, I get this. Note that it is saying that. That was the default text sitting in there. Now, every time it updated the screen, it had a new set of information in here, like this. But it wasn't writing that to that board at all. It was just leaving it blank and only writing it when it got to me manually clicking the halt button. And a whole bunch of previous ones I would point out, like literally everything since the very first K Cathedral. It's just gotten better at it over the years. So here's what we're looking at. I need to make it so that it, rather than simply taking the default text in this text field, namely didn't generate all the reverbs, it gives me a big pile of these, which would look probably... Oh, screw it. it would look like this except for with all different ones. This is what I'm not getting at the moment. And that is because my halt button only writes this out and quits the program once it's actually gotten to the end. So it's skipping all the previous ones as if it's never actually calling pressed at all. So this is a problem. And there might be a solution. I'll tell you one thing though, I am going to need to step away for a moment, so let me set you up with something playing and go from there. You know what, last time I was playing a track from here. This track got me content ID'd. It was like, you can't make any monetizing on your stream. And I was like, well, I wasn't trying to do that, but thanks anyway. And that's because this is a song by Wooden Toaster, also known as Glaze, out of that fandom. And so while there are ones here like that was original. That is a cover. That's original. That's original. This is a Glaze cover. This is also a Glaze cover. And this was, I forget who this creator was, but they'd written the song and I just did a bunch more with it. So it turns out fandom music can get me content ID'd. So we're not going to do that. Instead, I am simply going to fire up something else and play that. How about this? And I will be back. I am just visiting the facilities. Oh, I've not got this set up properly. Let me see whether I can fix it. Okay, so let's see whether this makes a noise. Okay, let's see whether I can fix it. We're going to try to fix it. Let's see if I can fix it. Did it fix it? Acting suspiciously like it didn't fix it. Okay, so sound to the correct place. It did not. Oh, although, tell you what, I bet I know what I can do about that. I had it muted. Let's try it now. Hey. Back in a minute. Alrighty. I can stop that. So that was a looper jam with my homeboy Chris Randall's looper plugin. Somebody who I bought some of his stuff because he's a local guy, lives in my town. And enough of that. I also grabbed a couple of other things. So here's another thing that I am thinking of. Remember how I'm making these stomp boxes with the circuitry? I've now got two more things to try about this. One of them is using the power supply chip that is present, it's over there. The power supply chip that is present in the Clone Centaur. I've got some of those, or at least a recent version of it. Thing is, it is probably best used to generate a negative voltage equal to the positive voltage the battery gives you. So 18 volts rather than just plus 9, because there gets to be a plus negative 9. I don't know how I would do that with the current circuit that I'm working with. Doesn't seem like that would work. I don't know whether I have a clean and simple voltage doubler operation on it. I also don't know whether it will even work without lots of extra parts. Here's another thing. This is a tiny inductor. I have a bunch of these tiny inductors, and I'm wondering whether I can put it on the output of the circuit and like suppress noise in a similar way that I'm already doing with this inductor bead here. I'm trying to figure out whether I can just do a much more powerful inductor and it will do a useful thing in terms of taming some of the rather large amounts of hiss that these transistors give me. I've got a powerful high frequency boost, but it comes at a price in that it can get kind of hissy on me. I don't love that. And then lastly, I have basically two transistor arrangements. And the first is similar transistors to what exist in a variety of Devi Ever circuits. She found these transistors that you sort of stack on top of each other, and they do a neat job of doing good sounding useful gain, maybe a little bit hissy, but still pretty good. And then there's another that goes into Zachary Vex pedals, like Fuzz Factory, Super Hard-On, and it's a different FET. Turns out, if I plug the Zachary Vex FET in, and in fact I have an instance of one here, don't mind me, here's the Zachary Vex one, here's the Devi Ever ones. Here's the inductor that just fell off of this. Originally, it was going to be, original combination would be this arrangement, and I'd be calling it like Fire Diamond. And then I was going to do a different arrangement, slightly different transistor, call it Earth Diamond, have it be this, and it would be somewhat lower gain. Only problem is, I tried that out and it ended up becoming so much lower gain that I didn't like what I was getting out of it. It was a good high frequency boost, but I did not like the end result. And so now what I'm thinking of is the Devi Ever transistors, which give me a gain boost. I can run this for that purpose, but I got to come up with a name that suits what it would have been. And then the Zachary Vex transistor, the circuit is completely different in every single case. Like there is no Devi or Zachary Vex circuit that's anything like what I'm doing. But the transistors being used, that's like people using TL071s, which in fact I believe that is what the Clone Centaur uses. But I'm thinking the MS-170, the Zachary Vex one, should be this one rather than this one, because the Devi transistors are like brighter and airier, and that works with this, which was originally going to be a much lower gain version. It can be the high gain version, but it can be the version that is a little bit lighter and airier, sparklier, like that. Whereas this, being the Zachary Vex transistor, it's just a single transistor too, gets a heavier tone. There's a lot more bass that comes out of it. There's a lot more gain that comes out of it. It doesn't really have quite the character. And these colors look more like molten rock to me. So it's like this would be the sort of lava colors of it, and this would be the sky over ground, and the same yellow arrow either way. But then the surrounding colors are the contrasting colors to what these are meant to be. But now I got to figure out the names for the dumb things, and then make more of these enclosures, do the remaining experiments with regard to that power supply chip. Because again, it's like with my plugins. It's like if I can come up with something where it's like, this is so much better than everything I previously had that it makes it look stupid, I kind of need to stop and incorporate the new thing. And that's happening to the stomp boxes. And I need to start selling these so that I can buy like food and clothing and stuff, because I promised myself I get to, once I've sold one of these, I turned that money into $5 bills that I can spend at my local pizza place, and then I'll go there again. And then when I sell another one, whichever it is, and I want to be recording songs to demonstrate these as well, but that's a whole other story. I'm making some progress with that, but that's a whole other story. The second one that I make, I replace... Oh God, I'm in black. You can't see me at all. These pants. The pants that my thumbs are tucked into. These pants don't fit anymore. And I need to replace them, and I can't yet, but I will. I'm going to make some of these stomp boxes. I will sell them, and then I can afford food and clothing. And I'll buy myself a new set of those pants that actually fit now, because I'm closing in on 160 pounds. It's good for my health. Also, the viewership has dropped to 4, probably just as well. But I got to get some of that done. But today is not about that. Today is about fooling around with this Godot program and diving into reverbs again. Now that I've got a new thing to do with reverbs, the stomp boxes are just going to have to wait a little bit longer. I admit I am tempted to put at least one together with what I've currently got, seeing as I've already done some test recordings with it. I've got a lot of stuff kind of starting to get together, and it becomes a matter of when am I ready to just start running forward with it full tilt. That'll be neat in its own right. But I need to have a degree of readiness before running forward with it full tilt. And lots of things depend upon other things, like the chain of dependencies among all of this stuff is quite spectacular. And that's okay. Everything's got to depend on something. A bunch of these things depend upon, like, am I really ready to put circuitry in this and have it go? A fair question. No. How many other things can I make along those lines? Can I get a design that I'm satisfied with? Because I've got a big chunk of it. I've even got a basic layout on this little chip of perf board. And yet I feel like this is lacking a couple of things. In particular, there's a capacitor that should fit on this which isn't there. And possibly another one of these trim pots to go in a different place. And all of these things are just like, well, I maybe don't have that all figured out yet. I will. It'll happen in time. So to come back here, why is it that this part runs, but it only runs once? Well, one reason is when you actually go to this code and start running it through to the end, it quits the program. It literally says output equals this. You can do the most recent ones, but that doesn't honestly help, because if I had to do this, it would still not have anything there, because it would require that you get to go through this code twice in order to get there. And that ain't happening. So what that implies is I got to go and find where this code exists in the other code and work out how to update what's in code.txt with this kind of stuff. Also, what the flying crap is this? Is this in the other one? Yes, it is. Why? Oh, because it's legitimately part of the text. Okay, that's not actually a program thing. That's part of what I'm literally writing. See, end there, and then this literally goes into the output, and then we draw this stuff, and we're done. Up to and including this, which is generating my code number. So let's see. If we are able to make this, can we write anything onto code from the other part of the program? A fair question. I'm sure the answer is yes. So that's the bit that I tried before that didn't work. Although, might as well leave it there for the moment. Let's see if we can put something arbitrary and stupid in here. This is some of the stuff that we were doing before. That looks kind of like what we had earlier. I don't think we're referring to the one that we're trying to write to anywhere in here. Although, this is the language we're going to use to get there. So text edit it says, but that's not what we want. We want something like code. And there we go. I don't think we can simply do plus equals. I think I got to do it like this. And that's not done yet, but I can look at what I have here. And I don't know if I can use this language. I think it has to be C-sharpified. And this is not going to work unless it is. But this is the language we just did. So rich text label 2 text equals output of this over in this other. Rich text label 2 equals output of this. So that's exactly the same up to that point. And it's broken because we haven't finished. So here's everything that follows. We can paste it in, knowing it is not the correct language, but knowing we have something of a reference to the correct language. So, do I have a reference to? See, it doesn't even have semicolons, man. It's just all messed up. Also, I don't know if I can do var like that. Also, I forget what that previous one said. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. I think it was that. Well, hey, so apparently we can still say var. We can rearrange this. Okay, so far so good. That's silly, but that's what we did before, and it seems to have worked. We can do this. But we're not doing it right, but that's fine. One thing at a time. In theory, this will get us there in the long run. I guess it's worth a try. Because I wanted to be able to do it so it's like the output of each of these is a stack of every successive highest score it got right down to the very beginning. Hey Visa Gem, if it's any consolation, I have no idea what's going on either. We can but try. So I see one problem right away, which is I've got delays in here, but I don't have delays B because it doesn't exist. However, that is probably fixable. That's not the problem. But at least it's a start. technically, that's the same. Excuse me, gads. Up here's more delays B. That doesn't exist here. This is for me making that general random, the string that is not ever the same for similar values. Okay. Let's look back over here. What were we doing with? So we're doing this. That's fine. We generated the shortest delay time. We're counting in milliseconds. We did all of this stuff. That also was done. We've made it be rich text label 2.text. Don't know whether we're doing anything with that directly or whether we're simply reusing it. We're definitely instantiating suffix as a blank string and then making it be plus seat. That seems dumb, but oh well. That's what I did before. And then we're kind of going from there. So let's now see how many of these things are screwed up or not. How did I do this? Like this. So in C#, that's arranged like this rather than like this. And got there. Wild that it doesn't seem to care about the toString. That's weird. Did it care up here? I know why. I know why. If we did this, then text is automatically being assigned a kind of text. And then when we add that, it no longer needs to be made to string because it's forcing it to be converted to string. But if we don't, it does need to be explicitly cast to string. Cool, cool. So what that means in this context is that I could do this. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I can make sure these numbers don't just get added together. What I'm doing is concatenating them, not simply adding them together. If we do this, that should fix it. Then it's concatenating the string values of these things rather than trying to add the array values. And that should work, making a string that concatenates the results of these things. And I don't have to type toString to do it. And then suffix. This should be producing the hexadecimal thing. It's kind of concatenating it in. And then big num to int. are we no longer happy? What's the matter? What's up with that? What do I need to do? Maybe there's a dedicated version. So what this is doing over here is it is converting it into hex. I'm looking to convert it into hexadecimal because that gives me slightly more characters that I get to use. I get to use up to F if it's hex, meaning it's going to be a smaller chunk of text rather than the full-size chunk of text. So %x, %bignum to int should be taking it, making it one big integer of these characters concatenated rather than simply added together. In other words, a very large int, but then we're converting it to hexadecimal instead. So rather than try to do it this way, we skip that stuff, and then to int, and then further to hex. That did not work. What if I try to do big num? No, not hash set. Okay, toInt is making the string become an int. Hex to int. This is still somewhat limited. What was I looking at before? Look at all these errors in this file. My God, it's so untidy. So this is the part where strings expect to see this in order to spit out hexadecimal output. This probably is the part that I'm not needing in C#. So let's see what happens. When we straight up do that and convert it to int, well, that doesn't make any sense. I guess we'll find out later whether this worked. In theory, maybe that works. It's just that it did not like being connected like this. That's GD script language, but that's apparently not C# language. So if it says %x in the final output, it failed to do the thing I wanted it to do. I'm trying to get this big num string, and first of all evaluate these characters stacked next to each other as an int, but then turn it into a hexadecimal number. I wonder whether I can well, you're already a string, so what's your little problem? Okay, so we can do that, which is going to be the same as this. So format provider A. This is probably how we do this part. I'm getting stuck on this unreasonably. I shouldn't be fussing with this. That said, I'm fussing with this. There should be a way of doing it. There should be a way of having that not cause a problem. Oh, doesn't match rule local variables. Fine. String is fine too. We're going to put this back. We're going to take this away. It's probably still no good, but you know what? Oh, look, you're having problems too. What's going on here? C# doesn't like this operator for strings, does it? Okay, what do we have to do? Because I feel like I need to... Oh, I bet it was... I bet I don't want to use the string. Ah, that's the one that wants. Datetime dict from system. So we are going to do var. And then in C# we capitalize things. And we're still broken. Fancy that. So what's up with... Time to go look at how these things are done. None of this is giving me language-based stuff of any kind. In theory, I'm getting a dictionary of keys, but nothing anywhere either says how to do it in C# or in GDScript. That's super helpful. Thank you so much. Stack Overflow. Okay. So I feel like this is still GDScript. See, we got this little operator here. I don't know why. That's not even slightly an answer. Okay. Oh, forum Godot engine. That's GDScript. See, my whole problem here is the built-in string formatting isn't the same in C#. I don't love that. And so much for that didn't help. Here we have some computer-generated spew of stuff, and I don't believe it is. On the other hand, maybe I can do this. Okay, so far so good, but this, no bueno. And also it's acting like this is wrong. Oh, you do want to be lowercase, don't you? Look at that. Look at that. It knows what it is, but it just made a big mess. Well then. So apparently that part is valid, but it shouldn't be in these brackets. I guess we could try curly brackets and see if it is immediately happy. It's super ultra unhappy. Look at that. But bits of it were happy. Okay. And it ain't happy with that. And it ain't happy with this. But what if we just concatenated this manually rather than trying to do it with these placeholders? Because these are placeholders where it's supposed to be able to drop in the value that you're supplying afterwards, formatted to the correct thing. In other words, 4 digits, 2 digits, 2 digits. But what if that's not how this worked at all? Which would be a shame because I need to have this convert to hexadecimal, but I'm probably super out of luck. We'll find out. Technically, it doesn't have to be hexadecimal to work. It just has to be a unique string of digits. So I can hand wave that part away. Let's start trying to make this dumb thing. Can it do this? Cool, cool, okay. If it can do that, then it can do it 2 more times, but with a dash between them. And then month and day. do not know whether that's going to give me the same numbers, but one thing about it, if it does work, then at least I'll get something out of it and it's organized the right way. So that can go away. So in theory, this part may now work. Now we make string taps, and the rest of this is pretty straightforward, isn't it? We get to straight up take out some of this. And there's no real reason why I can't run through and put all of that. NNWY2XH, I don't know what you're talking about. I try to help people as much as I can. May or may not be adequate. I have a better idea. Oh, look. It would allow those parens all by themselves. But we're still going to make them go away. After we do this. Writer is admirably quick at being able to spot this stuff and update its things. Boom. Now that part is up and running. This succession of things should probably automatically work as long as we're concatenating. Ooh, invalid expression. You know what? Correct. That is an invalid expression, but I should be able to fix it. I just have to take this string part out first. And of course, we're going to want the semicolon. And we're casting these, so it needs to be in parens. That ought to suffice. And then the rest of that goes there. And then that's messed up, but you know what? It's pretty close to what it needs to be. Hey, look at that. That's the same thing, just translated. To bend? Very possibly, yes. All I'd have to do is map the 1 through 16 to A through P, and those are the only parts that would change. I would have to map the 1 through 16 to the A through P, and this is presumably why I didn't do it. Also, the final one has this extra thing, but that could be a separate thing added at the end. Just those two. So let's see, does this actually run? If so, what happens? We'll find out. We'll get ready with the text file, and we'll set it to, like, how about 50? Very small one. And we'll run. We're up to update 5 already. So in theory, there should be 5 of them waiting for when I hit godot stop. All of that stuff will be included. Oh, we have frozen. It's stuck. All right, what do we got? Neat. Okay, something happened. It didn't space things out nicely. It didn't provide a carriage return at the end. Now, one thing we can do is simply blank that thing. We'll blank that thing, and then it will function as it should, kind of, sort of, maybe. So here's what we're writing to. We're writing to this little thing, all of the stuff that we're trying to generate. It seems to be kind of, sort of doing it. It's just that it broke. It stopped. I don't know why it stopped. And if I make this go over to where it says inspector, technically, we don't need that anymore. Placeholder text, probably I could put something there. It only shows up in this view, though, so it's not going to actually be there once I write to it. But this stuff kind of sort of worked. I don't know whether my dates and times and things were correct. This was useless. And I don't know what I'm trying to get out of here. But we are using these, so it probably tried to use that. So let's see what these and that are. Here we got that. It's not caring about this part. It is adding these. And then from over here, we had something else. This. So in theory, there should be carriage returns. Why are those being drawn in two different colors? You know what? Damn if I know. I can simplify some of this anyway. So these typecasts are fine. Seats was already an int. Why am I drawing it twice? I guess we just are. I guess that's just now a thing. And we have a carriage return there. I don't know if it applied or whether something else has gone wrong. Are we doing carriage returns elsewhere? But in C#. I don't think so. Okay, you know what? Let's just run it again. So what we've got from running this again. Rather than having it be that small number, let's do an 800 this time. 200 tries, and it has stopped. Why? Has it crashed? Heck if I know. What did it print? Do we at least have that? It printed this. Okay. But that might not be correct. Okay, so that's no good. How about maybe we ditch that? We're generating all of this stuff, but well, oh, for heaven's sake. No. That is a comment. I think this is a comment. Ha, that's a comment. So this stuff is not being used anymore. We do all of this and just throw away the result. We're not using taps at all. Should be able to do that. We should be able to do that. Technically, we don't even need to make a variable out of that. We can just set it direct. Might not be smart, but one thing about it is it will guarantee that I get exactly what's in there. So there's that. So if we try this, we'll see. So it didn't used to get stuck until this happened. Might be a place for me to open this up again so I can, with a bit of luck, see if there are problems. I'm not sure that's correct. Yeah, see, it works fine, but it wants this to be a different name. I feel like I made it be into the matrix before and everything died. So that doesn't give confidence. When the computer program tells you that it needs to operate a certain way and you do it and then it immediately dies, it doesn't give confidence. Happens more often than you think. Let's see whether it can do anything. Ah, haha. Overflow. Boom. Okay, so it dies when this happens. So we can't have it be that, because in GDScript it rolls over, and then this would do better. Let me pay attention to Jonathan for a second. So Jonathan, to answer your question, one of the things going on with meter is that you're able to get the output of a lower score if everything is kind of quieter. If you have a lot of clipping scoring B in meter and then you've clipped the output, then the score more closely reflects what it would be if you were actually listening to that result. Whereas if you were running overs into meter, it probably depends. Are you still getting clips? If it's doing that big of a change, you're probably running too hot for appropriate results anyhow. The question is, before you did clip only 2, so you can answer me this and I'll tell you what is what. Before you did clip only 2, was it producing giant red spikes on the peak meter? Because it should be able to produce giant red spikes in the peak meter if it's actually seeing overs. We'll stop there. Now, at least we learned something useful about this. If we give a overflow for an int32, the whole thing crashes and dies. That is workaroundable. The question becomes, okay, 657A, search Godot 657. I bet I know where that is. That's the new code. And I bet it's the concatenation of all of these numbers. How much you want to bet? I bet it's the concatenation line. Oh, what are you doing? 657. Boom. Haha. So that's what's happening. We're having trouble turning big num to int because the variables are so big that they don't actually fit into. So it's actually kind of unhelpful, although I think it was actually successfully giving me hexadecimal. That part at least is cool. Oh, it was producing giant red spikes? In theory, clip only 2 shouldn't have been changing that unless it was cutting it down to where it was no longer producing any spikes. If so, you effectively have the same thing as now you are clipping at a level so low that it's only able to interpret. It's not able to interpret it as extended clips anymore. So it's basically just clamping it. So what you were getting as far as a high score was partly fake, but also partly not. And you put clip only 2 on there in such a way that it stopped registering the fake loudination value and only gave you the original meter value. So basically what you need to do is make clip only 2 or any clipper that you are using give you the spikes back, and only then can it interpret it. Also, if you go to capital B in meter, you've gone too far. Capital A and lowercase a are actually the best possible scores for there. Or for this, for the peak and slew and zero cross sections, capital B is going a little bit too far. If it is the one on the far left, that will go all the way to A and not beyond. But then if the score would go down to capital E. So that's what confused me. It's a lot. Well, you know what I can do here? Something else? I'm trying to figure out whether I can wrap this in some way. Whether I can make it wrap around to the other extreme, because all it really needs to be able to do is give me a number with a lot of digits. Let's see what we get from simply taking one of these out. I can believe that that would be too many. I didn't realize it was trying to do a 32-bit int. That's a more limited number, but it should still be enough. So in theory, do we have a stop? Yes, we do. Stop. In theory, this will be able to work. We'll find out. Does it continue to go, or does it totally not? Broke. It broke. It broke, it broke, it broke. What's its little deal? Part of the problem is that I'm picking this 9,000. We're concatenating a series of numbers that are too big. And here's your problem. It doesn't want to do toInt. Well, we'll cast it to you long. And then we'll pick something that isn't toInt. So toFloat should permit big numbers better than that, in which case I can actually put the additional number back. Boop. There, now we have a concatenated string. Well, because I still might get an overflow. With toFloat, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get an overflow. And we got to name the variable. We'll call the variable as long. And then it presumably is able to do that, but it's a int, and we're reading it as hex because we're still doing this part. That's probably got it solved. You can fit really large numbers into floats. I think that can fit as many decimal places as you want. Let's find out. Looking good. We've got 2 updates, 3. We're going along pretty good. So in theory, it's writing all of these things to that off-screen text field in a neatly formatted little way. And every one of these is in theory better than the one previous, but it's storing all of them. And then we're going to see what happens. And yeah, my problem with this is that I was trying to do that thing with the number being truncated, but all that happened was it was trying to do toInt, and then it threw a value where it was busted. But using an unsigned long seems to have done the trick. We'll see how long that string of characters actually is. If it's being read as a hexadecimal number, that will make it progressively smaller based on how huge it is. And then it's a question of getting a bunch of these and running them overnight, seeing how many of these it generates. And then the trick, T-Ben, is that I was using a string to generate the concatenated numbers into a giant integer. because I was converting the integer into hexadecimal so that I could have a relatively small number of unique numbers without using literally all of the variables to make it. And so we've gotten up to update 6. That looks pretty good. We'll hit stop, and then we'll presumably have something written that we can have a bit of a look at. Here's what we got. It did not convert it to hexadecimal, did it? Not even slightly. So what it's supposed to be doing when it does this, although I will grant you it did give me a date, but it didn't format the date right, but it still gave me a date. What it was supposed to be doing is turning this, not fully that, formatting this as hexadecimal, which would make fewer characters. Because as you can see, there can be kind of a lot of characters. The only purpose of that is to produce a unique ID. I just wanted it to be hex because that is a relatively cheap way of making it take less characters. Like, look at this one. Boom. So that's 30223979. Oh no, 30223980. Don't know where it got that. And then 1078 or whatever. Point being, where did I get that? You know what? I don't care. Point being, it's a set of these concatenated together in an attempt to convert it to hexadecimal, which it then proved unable to do. But it's still a unique ID, so if I get multiple 4055 seat results, it can generate them, and I can make them into a plugin of some kind and test them out, listen to them, hear what they sound like, and figure out which ones are best. And I'll be able to save the name of the thing, even if there are multiple ones that end up being like that. It doesn't really make a lot of sense with the really long number versions of them. So what I'd like to do is now have that be formatted as hexadecimal. The X4 on the end basically just says this is a 4x4. I won't actually need the define. That will be fine without it. Not that it wouldn't work. This is designed to be able to work in verb 6s as an evaluation, and we're not doing that anymore. Also, give me a moment because I gotta go and thaw out some cheese. Taco time is approaching, and I do get to go and have tacos at an appropriate time. Even if this whole week ends up being, come on, open, thank you. Even if this whole week ends up being this. Brief break for ugly noises. Yes, that is what's happening. Because it didn't take the same language that the GD script did. end of random noise. Now we're on the home stretch. Last hour before tacos. Let's see how many of these things we can make work. Firstly, I'd like to convert this into hexadecimal. It's not doing it properly. I'm pretty sure what I need to do, rather than simply looking at Godot-isms, is figure out how you format stuff in C#. Because we are working in C#. So we'll put this aside for later use. And fire up a handy-dandy window where we can try to find out how you tell C# to do things. That's too big of a window. Be a smaller window. Thank you. String format for hex. Okay, so I had something like this going on in GDScript, but it's organized differently. That would explain quite a bit. So there's a bunch of tiresome technical So I guess what it's going to be is string format 0x in quotes, comma, string to modify in parenthesis. We can but try. Let's see what that does. Oh, look, I don't need that. See, we're good. Okay, so this part worked okay. Some of that unnecessary. These are different colors, but it appears like they worked anyhow. Here's where things get interesting. Oh, hi, you can't work, can you? Fascinating. Why not? What do we have available within string? Ah, we need it capitalized. Cool, cool. String to modify. Well, that's going to be big num, isn't it? And then we'll leave that stuff out because that was somebody else doing something else. And this claims to be not able to concatenate. That's weird. Why can't you concatenate? We don't need that. We don't need this. I don't understand why those are grayed out. I also don't understand whether that is actually broken or whether it'll work just fine. Also, that looks funny. Does it want to be the capitalized form of string? The Godot version of the same thing. Why are these still grayed out? Nothing to it but to do it. I don't know why it's doing that, but I guess if we try it, we'll find out what it's doing. 400. Run it, and off we go. It has found numerous updates. So there's probably ways that I can do this that entail like cropping it, so I get only X many lines of code out of it. Because if I run this overnight, it might end up being a huge pile of code. And I'd like to basically store up like 8 or so of the very best and allow it to just keep on trying to do better. Because the very first ones might be just fine, or they might not be good at all. In any case, it seems to be quite healthy doing this, and so now we got to find out what that made happen. Boop. Ah, okay. So it outright failed. It went OXX4. That defeats the purpose of what I was trying to make happen. Although I got that date time thing, so technically what I could do is just use that as a source for numbers. Hey, Filippo Benetau. I'm just on Patreon. Patreon handles that stuff for me. So no, I am not using Stripe or any other receiving payments. Like my programmer friends, the plugin programmer friends, know a lot more about that stuff, but I'm not up to speed with it. So let's fix this. This is all broken. I don't know what its little problem is, but it's having a little problem. Although, long as we're playing with stuff, I could work with dictionary date time and use that to grab like milliseconds or something. Some use a big num, but we can also try to convert as long into it. And it did draw this. It's just broken. It didn't work. Could it be that... Okay, so if we do this string format, that's probably a different one. So we're trying to do that different one. We're also using it with an unsigned long. If it's like the Microsoft format, in theory, that would still work. But that very much remains to be seen. And on a really big space like this, it's doing a surprisingly good job of it handling itself, but it will run kind of slower because it's making a very large array to calculate all this stuff. The smaller ones run way faster. So let's see what that made. It made exactly the same thing. So bits of this are fine. I don't need the define. I feel like I can lose that immediately because I know I'm not going to be using it in the same context that I'm using these other ones. All the other stuff is calculated so that I can compare them and run my full reverb processing system, and this is going to operate in a different way. This is going to operate with me figuring out something else to do. But we need to get past this. This is the same every time, and that makes no sense. So let's try the other thing I was talking about. If this is useless, and it may be, but this maybe is not. Okay, so string format. So it didn't like big num. Let's give it another string. String format 0x and a string of literally 256. What does it do if I just tell it to be 256? Am I going to get a 256? Am I going to get like FF or something? I'm also pretty sure that I just hit Command B, which has no meaning in this context because Command B doesn't run my program for me, sadly. And that's more than enough. You can't see it because it keeps making this appear in the wrong place, but it's still giving me that damn OXX4. That's no bueno. Why is it drawing that? Why can't it do format? What have I got wrong? Okay. These are not Godot. This is writer giving me information on basically C# itself. Object question mark arg0 blah blah blah. That's not actually what I want. Points for being willing to tell me about it, but how about we try something else? That looks frickin' all the same. That's not good. Because it's not working. It's not doing the thing. That are very disappointing. Well, what do we have in the Godot string library? Apparently this. That's deeply frustrating. All I'm trying to do is get a series of unique characters. How about we try this instead? Never mind all that. What options do we have in here? Oh, look at you not giving me anything. I gotta go look that up, don't I? Fine. There. That should at least... Okay, so second. That's probably what I'm looking for, although it's not actually... Isn't second just going to be 0 to 60? I bet it is. I could try get text. That's going to be different each time. And return an int. Let's just try that. Oh, that is the... I know what that is. That's the GDScript language. We'll try capitalizing it. No, that didn't work. K. Go from here. Well, that will give me something. Not necessarily a good something, but that'll give me something. Heck with it, let's give it a try. And we'll cast it to int. And we'll see what we get. Does that give me unique numbers? And I'm sure I just hit Command B. Boy, if Command B ended up doing something, I'd be in such trouble. And here we are with our 9,000-seater arenas again. Spacing is surprisingly good, though. That would probably end up being a reasonably decent sounding verb. It's enough spacing between those. Okay, so we hit stop. What the actual hell? Here's OX4 again. I thought I'd gotten away from that completely. What the? Wow. Okay, and it's also saying this is grayed out. Oh, hang on. So this ain't doing anything yet? But, okay, so the X4, I know what that is. So we can't actually concatenate stuff using just suffix as a known string. I have to add other explicit strings in order to force this stuff to be cast properly. So let's go back to this stuff a little bit. Uncomment that. Put this back. Technically, I could simply use big num, I think. And you know what? We can that will probably make sense. Also, we can define it here and not have to define it here. Okay. Still not converting it to hexadecimal, and that's irritating. But you know what? Maybe it's going to be fine. There I am hitting Command B again. I keep having this delusion that hitting Command B will run it. And when I'm in Writer, it never will. But that's enough to give me a glimpse. And now we are back to a scenario where under some circumstances you can double click it, select the whole thing, and I can build that into my system for processing through this stuff. And we've got a giant big num for the purposes of making unique variables. Let's see what happens when we use a much smaller world size. 9. So these would be incredibly tiny microscopic rooms. We've already got 13 of them. They're all going to be with delay times of like 2 samples. This is how I made stuff like Wooden Box. Wooden Box is these, essentially. And it's still trying to find a better, so I think we're good. We can stop it now. Here's what we made. Quite a large collection. So as you can see, there's a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 5, 7, 8, 7, 6, 3, and 7. So there's a series of 5s in a row, but they have unique numbers. Now, one of the problems is they have unique numbers that are still too damn large. This is part of why I wanted to convert it into a hexadecimal number. That's probably still worth doing, if I can figure out how to do it. So let's explore that idea. Oh, I never did get rid of the define 4x4 either, and that's certainly not useful for what I'm doing. I'm going to want to make a whole separate program for parsing these. Okay, lose that, won't be needing it. Rest of it should be fine. Turned out not to need that. So how do we make a string and parse a number as hex? That is a fair question. I'm interested because I had that before. I feel like I should be able to have that. There's somebody having a related problem to what I'm looking at. GDScript curse you. Oh no, dedicated code. Let's not do that. If I was going to do that, I could do it as a text string. I'm looking for built-in stuff or built-in stuff in C#. Here's Godot engine. So this is what I needed to find. C# versions of how to do these things. I needed to find this a long time ago. Unfortunately, I still see a problem. We can assign stuff to ints using hexadecimal notation like that. F5 is 245. FF would be 256. But I'm having a lot of problems converting something that is a giant int into the same thing in hexadecimal to have fewer characters. And hexadecimal is like literally sitting right there. I should be able to do it. Well, let's look up strings in docs. Format a string. Needs to be showing me C#. All this might very well be GDScript only. GDScript only is no good. Don't know why they're even talking about, okay, so convert an integer to a string. This looks like still GDScript. Don't mind me being very stuck. Also, I seem to be in the C# doesn't exist area of Godot. That's disheartening. Don't enjoy that. No response here. Stack Overflow. Are they going to give you a console writing lines? That's not necessarily C#. Console write line could be something completely else that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do. So that's an unfortunate reference. That's, oh no, it is saying C# in there somewhere. It's like in the C# area or something. Does that mean that is a form of string? This feels very sketchy. That might be closest to what I'm looking for. And I feel like that didn't show up in the G script. And parenthesis. Well then, is that a legitimate C# description? One way to find out. It doesn't look quite like anything else I did, so there's that. I keep wanting to hit Command B. It shows you it's very late in the day. With a bit of luck, this did something useful though. And here we've got 3 updates and we're already going to stop. No, did I say 3? I meant 6. And it says literally what I had there. I'm going to call that unhelpful. That didn't do what I wanted at all. Why is it even printing the parenthesis as part of the What if I... Okay, so hear me out. We're going to remove this entire section. And then it's going to say literally seat and then these brackets. And then try to put that in. Why does it not like that? Is it declaring a local variable? Why would it be declaring a local variable when I'm trying to use the variable that has been defined here? Could I put all of this into parentheses to make it work? Seemingly not. Well, that's weird. Does it have a hint? It does not have a useful hint. It's talking nonsense. Let's undo out of all of this. So that's no bueno. I do not know why it attempts to declare a local variable where it clearly is not. I am using concatenation, but we're trying to format this part. So I guess the next logical thing to do, if you're suggesting that I use concatenation, is use concatenation, but stick this in here, which technically means that I could also do this. I'll leave the space, why not? And we'll see whether it's able to make any sense of that. My hunch is it's just going to print the brackets in 0x business. But it would be delightful if I was mistaken. Let's find out. Also, it's going to have to figure out a u-long. And I keep trying to go for Command B. Boom. Off we go, printing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see what it made. Sure enough, you can concatenate, but it doesn't do the thing. It's supposed to use this as a cue to tell it this part has to be hex. Whole thing is about trying to make it convert decimals into the hex version of that same decimal and produce it as a string. So we're batting 0 still. And this didn't work. Also, I don't know why it's claiming that there's 64-bit integers when it was throwing errors about being a 32-bit integer. But at least it's showing us C# now. But this is what I looked at before, and it didn't help. I can define an int in hex, but I need to convert back into hex. Interesting, no string. QRST, no string. But reference to text. I don't want to define an entire text editor elsewhere just to do this, although that's just another thing that could be off screen. Technically, oh, and here's a reference to string. Takes Unicode characters. Converting variants to strings and vice versa. Ooh, interesting. You got a hex to int, but do we have a int to hex? Gotta go back. Okay. Hex to int const, but I'm going to be looking for make hex out of something. There's still other ways I can go about doing this. I kind of have my heart set on being able to make it be hexadecimal because it will take fewer characters while still being genuinely unique. Problem is, I don't see anything here. You can turn hex or binary numbers, but you don't get to turn them back the other way without writing a whole program to do it, which I do not like. I don't wish to do that. Oh God, I could do an emoji. I don't think my old computer would do that. I don't think it would successfully do that. So this is the part that should be able to do what I need. It's even using a fairly similar format. So dictionary, array, or object, it feels like they are not actually thinking in terms of letting me do hexadecimal. But possibly the functionality I'm looking for lives inside this somewhere. Also, this is talking GD script. I don't like that. Interpolate strings with S. That's a link. I get to click on this and go to whatever this is about. Also, this is Microsoft. It's no longer Godot. Interesting. So this is probably worse explained and possibly complete garbage that was spit out by an LLM at some point and makes no sense. But it is still possible that there's something in here that will make a kind of sense. So we make a string literal by adding that symbol at the beginning. So technically, I guess what that means is we need to generate an actual string. Oh, put that back. What are you doing? Where are you going? We were trying to work on this part down here. What are you skipping up like that for? That part was fine. This, not so much. But big num is a string. So we could make another string to convert it to, or so to make a string literal and interpolated, I don't know if I'm working with C# strings or some form of Godot strings that doesn't speak this language. But we are at least looking at C# rather than GTScript. That at least is good. So interpolated string. Expression width format string. Copy. Oh, now it appears. It's a Microsoft thing, so I had to click on it in order to make anything appear. Console write line. Well, that's the stuff that was doing nothing before, so maybe that's not helpful. To find out when a feature was first introduced in C#. Yeah, how about not? Let's not. That at least is sort of there. We need curly brackets. It's still not showing me how you format this. Maybe this does. Okay, so you put that in. You supply the number, in this case it'd be big num. And then these are ways it can be formatted, which might include some form of this is hexadecimal. Okay. Let's begin experimenting with this a little tiny bit. Suffix. Let's lose seat completely. I'm keeping it there in case I need to get it back. Let's leave that out of the string literal. That stuff not necessarily useful. As long can go in here. See if we can make this be the right thing, then we can work around anything else. It just needs to be a string of hexadecimal characters. So it looks like that formatting is possible. It ain't like it's doing anything, but it looks like that formatting is possible. What else do we need to do? So it is curly brackets, value, comma, specifier. So curly brackets, value, comma, nope, that's not a specifier. Can't get there that easily. And then within the constant, so the end is the end quote. Rest of that stuff is just straight string things. And within the curly brackets is the part that is meant to be used. If I used filled with right aligned, even though that is not remotely what I want, it doesn't know what that is. Hey! Could it be that the comma is in error, or could it be that I've got these out of sequence? Now that looks like it's trying to do something with it. Why is it the underscore? Is it trying to define another variable? It's not telling me. Oh, it can't implicitly convert it to int. Well, I can explicitly convert it to int. What if I do that? Oh, it's still not happy. A constant value. Okay, so that is where we put some kind of identifier. But this one's no bueno. That's going to be an enum. There's a number value associated with it somewhere. I just don't know where. In this case, we use a colon to specify. So what happens if we try that? Is this a language it can understand? A little bit. Now, if we do this, then what happens? I keep hitting Command B. I keep assuming that's going to build. It's not. It truly is not. Let's spit out a bunch of quick things and then display what we got. Okay, we have ginormous values with decimal points. That's not expected at all. Although it does appear to be what we had. Not only that, I feel like F3, that is the decimal points that just got added to it. So we're starting to get somewhere. If I can make this turn from a U-long into a hexadecimal, I will have done what I wanted. If I can do that, I'm going to end the stream and go and have tacos. Append formatted on docsmicrosoft.com. Why, yes, go ahead and show me this thing. Where's our hexadecimal? I see no inclination of anything of the sort. Wow, that's super unhelpful. It steered me to here and there was nothing here. Dang. Thought I'd at least see some kind of list of something. On the other hand, one thing about it, the use of the colon here gave me something that worked. So yeah, apparently you can do like N3, and it's, I guess, going to put commas in. There's stuff apparently that you can do. What I'm not running into is ability to specify a particular string. Okay, so standard numeric format strings. I'll go over there. I said I'll go over there. Come on, Microsoft website. There you go. Format specifier. That's probably where hex lives. It's not telling me what it is, but that's probably where hex lives. Haha. B, C, D, E, F, G, N, X, K, K. Voila. F3 worked. So this may just be what I was missing. Was this being here and then there being a quote. Kind of like this. Kind of like that. And then that being, it would have to be this bit here, and then this doesn't do anything. And that's all commented out, but this probably, this might just be doing the thing, because we at least got it formatted to something. So now we've got a result of some kind. Hey! So the catch here, I see that is a hexadecimal digit in there. And then we've got a bunch of zeros for no good reason. So something else is happening, but that's a step in the right direction. Okay. Let's see whether I can do the other stuff. See if I can do that. That contains everything that's commented out here. I know I can't generate an int out of that, it'll just wrap. I mean, technically that could be amusing anyhow. It seems like the int has to be a 32-bit, so I'm not getting access to a 64-bit int. I'm only getting access to longs. I don't know why I'm getting so many damn zeros on the end. But in theory, this will produce a hexadecimal chain, possibly without all the zeros on the end. I guess we'll find out. Because it should be working from an unsigned long. Maybe I can pick a specific int format to use. Let's run this little puppy and see what it does. Away it goes. producing reverbs that I would like to evaluate for this new Godot reverb concept that I want to do. And we'll stop and we'll see what it spat out. Is this a tidy little hexadecimal number, or is it a giant pile of zeros on the end like that? It's a giant pile of zeros on the end. Not all the time, though. But there's always a zero on the end, and that feels weird. And I don't understand why it's doing that. But maybe I'm just throwing too much at it. Because you see, I'm generating these floats. And one of the things I might be running into is problems in the resolution of floats. We're generating such a titanically large unsigned long that when we convert it back into a int and then we convert it into a hexadecimal number, all these zeros mean we have picked a number so large that there's all, like, the resolution. This is the amount of space between individual numbers of a float at that size. So there's a simple way of solving that, which will get me more to these with fewer or no zeros on the end. And that should work like doing this. Also, maybe it's having a problem with this. Maybe it wants to be concatenated like this, but I bet I can't do this. But I can do that, putting a null string on the end. Then only 3 of them rather than 4 will make it a little more manageable. Int will damn sure make it more manageable. Oh, let's do a 64. It could be unsigned, but let's use that. And that's almost guaranteed to be a smaller number, but it might not overflow. And we'll do the 9,000, because that guarantees we'll be making large numbers, because all of these variables being used to generate this number have many digits in them. More than 100 a second, so that's going fairly well. This is the sort of thing that could run overnight and produce a large number of outputs. We'll get my blank page from BBEdit ready again. And what did we get? Lovely. You know, that might just be adequate. It's not many characters. It's like 4 characters. But it's a tidy little identifier. Technically, we don't need the X4. This is not in the same category as the other one, so I can lose that. That's very much for working with verb6s, which is my evaluation for all the previous versions of this, but this is kind of a custom special version for a special purpose. And that tightened things up so much. What would happen if I did make it a little bigger? Let's find out this, and then I'm going to go and have tacos. It's been a long day. Neat, though. It's neat stuff happening. That'll run a little faster, produce more outputs. We will see how big their identifiers are. So we got like 9 of them. If I run it all overnight, I can have many, many of these. I still haven't really considered the idea of cropping it, keeping only so many of them and ditching the rest. But here's where we ended up. We ended up in a weird place. I was expecting more characters out of that. I mean, I respect the fact that they seem to be unique identifiers. They're meant to be unique identifiers, but I was expecting more characters out of that. It feels like there were more of them when there were fewer of this. In 64, big num to float, well, has to be to float in order to produce anything. If it's to int, it can break. Anything fun to do here? No. Just for laughs, let's try to get a few more characters out of it. At its largest possible size. Here's my encroaching white square being my text editor. And we've got 4, no 5 updates. So in theory, that could be, even more. So it's cruising along, and we wanted to make a bunch of different examples, and they have to have identifiers, but I'm looking to have the identifier not be 1,000,000 characters long, but not be 2 characters long. Let's see how far it got. Latest attempt. 4 characters long. I'm going to try one further thing just to see what it does, and then I'm going to leave it for today. Because this is probably going to be serviceable, certainly if I crop it a little bit, so I'm using only the ones in the top. And even then, that might not be important because I can just stack these, like run a bunch of instances, and then it's like, okay, this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then you have a large number of these to play with, which I would want to evaluate, figure out whether they're any good or not. And that's more handcrafting. But to play with this a little further, what we can do is tiny size, runs much faster, and it makes lots of outputs very quickly. And in theory, this will have fewer characters, but there will be more overlap, so it will need the distinguishing code there to make them register independently. And we got essentially 3 character identifiers. And I think that's going to be adequate. It'd be kind of nice to have more, but that's not so bad. All right. See you later, Grins. Go ahead and go sleep. I'm going to go and have tacos now. We are done for today. Today was working on this program in Godot for the purposes of helping Godot have a cool reverb thing. I hope I can get that going. I'll do my best. I said I was going to do my best. If I can't do it, it's not for lack of trying. And today has been about making the program in Godot for generating these reverb constants that I can start putting together something that'll work nicely for its intended purpose. And it'll also become a dual mono reverb in plugin form. It's just a question of like, okay, which end results do I produce? Because I've gotten to where I'm producing like 10 potential outputs a second, which maybe that's more than I actually am going to need to do, because I can't try literally all of them. I've got to go with some of the more later end results. So what I'll do is I'll just be skipping ahead to some extent, and I'll crop it each time it adds. And we'll go from there. So I'll talk to you later. I'm going to go and have tacos, and we'll do something this upcoming Thursday. And I'm going to continue to get some rest and try to recover and feel better. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.